This is my good friend, Mr. Miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes, the director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep like a light monitor on exactly what all's going on, and yeah, it keeps wanting to disconnect and drop frames.
These young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery. A master's degree diploma. We will open it.
Oh. That was convoluted.
Open. Martin Hamish's locker. A review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces.
Mr. General Secretary, recent events unfolding at Kew Gardens oblige me to renew my application for the management position. As I've stated already in my previous letters, I believe that no one is better suited for the post. Meanwhile, Dr. Montague Dunn was... Okay, while Dr. Montague Dunn was alive, I understood your reservation to my suggestion. Your reasons were political, and I was happy to comply. Now the Kew Gardens lie in disorder. How can I stand by and allow it? How can I leave them in the hands of inexperienced people with no motivation? I must urge you to cast your decision as a matter of urgency, so I may devote myself entirely to the noble task ahead and free my mind from this uncertainty.
Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting. Father and I, Kew Gardens. Albert's locker. Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea.
Alright, stream is back up. Good. I think it's
rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College.
well. Yeah, so I think what's going on is that it's one of those nights that the internet's just not going to cooperate. It's not anything on my end. It's not anything on anybody else's end. It's 100% Comcast fucking around. So hopefully we'll just kind of roll with it. Royal Navy School of NCOs Recruitment Center, London. Sir, it is my regret to inform you that despite your excellent results within our entry examinations, we are unable to invite you to the Royal Navy School. Your father, Dr. Montague Dunn, has expressed his intention to entrust you to the directorship of the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew, and it is clear he would not release you for an entire year of naval training. Please accept our best wishes for your future at Kew Gardens. Yours very faithfully, J.M. Lemerchin, Director of Royal Navy Training Center.
Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. A picture of Miss White and Albert in front of the University of London.
And they seem to get along.
Yeah, as long as things are running good right now, I'll just keep my fingers crossed and hope it doesn't fuck up anymore.
Miss White's locker. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
Dear Mother and Father, I am writing this letter with reluctance to ask for your help. These days, my housing costs have proven to be more expensive than I had anticipated. I fear, therefore, that I may not be able to manage in the long term. I know that we have had our disagreements in the past, but would you be so heartless as to allow your daughter to fail her studies due to lack of money? Margaret.
Apparently, Miss White is a capable student.
Masters of Chemistry.
These jewels must be worth a small fortune. A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
Margaret, we were surprised to receive your letter. How could you think to ask us for money after all these years that have passed since you left, without any thought of us? You dare share with us any detail of your success at the university, but you choose to do so now. I suppose you must be ashamed of us, for we are not from the same high class as your new friends. Yes, we are a modest people. You should learn to put your family first, as we at home have always done. And none of us ever compromised their reputation, as it appears you have already with your employer, Mr. Dunn. No, Margaret, it is you who makes us feel ashamed at your parents. Wow. Okay. Okay, dear Margaret, I know that your financial troubles are overwhelming you at this present time. Please let me reassure you I could not permit you to remain in such a dilemma. I was born in a wealthy family, and I would consider it an honor if you'd accept my help. Your devoted servant, Albert. Okay.
This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes. A phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory.
Using the old wax ones.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants to respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
study report.
University of Cambridge Botanical Section.
A botany book. This student's book belongs to Albert.
Ooh, hello.
Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals. It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here.
Well, we already found that one hood that was trying to be burned.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
New plant species. The Kew Gardens team are pleased to announce the successful production of a new variety of barley, one that retains a complete resistance to the cold. They have named it the Siberian barley. Mr. Martin Hamish, the proud cultivator of the graft, will hold a press conference next Monday morning upon this very subject. My dearest Margaret, following our last conversation, I believe it might be better if you vacate your position here at Kew Gardens. As you pointed out quite bluntly, you are no longer in need of my support. You're quite able to stand up for yourself in this world, as you say. I'll give you back your freedom, and wish you nothing but good luck, Montague Dunn. What the fuck? Was she being forced to work here?
Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste. French wine. A remarkable vintage.
Okay. 2, 2, 3, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was annoying.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Dear Miss Margaret White to Mr. Montague Dunn, rental a suite of rooms at Oxford Street, educational scholarship at London University, credits opened at Hamilton, Rettingham House Tailors at Barrett & Sons Luxury Jewelers. Huh. Mr. Dunn, I must ask you for the last time for the return of our dear sisters. You do not have any right to hold them in prison. They do not belong to you. Your so-called permissions are wholly false. You are hiding behind lies. The lie we need not elaborate. That was reported in the press as the case of 14th June 1889. What you've done is quite abhorrent. Be very sure that we shall never abandon our family members. We trusted you and regret having done so. The Divine Syndicate. Huh? Asian symbol. My dear friend, please allow me to express my disappointment upon reading your last letter. I am paying you to defend me, not to accuse me. Kew Gardens is a royal institution. We are granted the great opportunity to travel the world and save the most extraordinary, precious, and rare species of plant. Our duty is to protect such species from those who might use them for dubious purpose. This Divine Syndicate of whom you speak have no right to hold such precious plants. Remember the case of 14th June 1889. 14th June 1889. Okay. So I must respectfully ask you once again to notarize the permissions on these plants on behalf of Kew Gardens. The documents were sent to you on Monday. P.S. See you in the Boodles on Tuesday, as always. Montague Dunn. Okay, so her studies and social situation were completely dependent on Dunn. Despite Mr. Dunn had a recent disagreement, Montague Dunn was planning to release her from her position at Kew Gardens.
A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
You know, there is a bit of lockpicking in this game. It's kind of interesting that most of the locks are, like, different and weird, but at the same time, it's still not as much lockpicking as you find, like, your average Bethesda game. Which is a lot. Okay, let's see here. Okay, poisons and toxins, one's energies, criminalistics, martial mind.
That is not the one I need. 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 That is not the one I need.
Okay.
That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need.
Okay, back out of this for a second. Okay, the Divine Syndicate. Members of this syndicate worship Trewan, the God King. They strive to obtain spiritual peace and release themselves from the material world. Such generous donations are appreciated.
Here it is. The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
Scandal at Divine Syndicate Club. The Divine Syndicate Club, followers of the God King Trewan, situated on 48 North Street, Carlton Road. Protectors of plants and more, particularly trees, are currently the subject of an administrative investigation. The leaders of this organization are suspected of financial malfeasance. It may be that this investigation will lead to charges of judiciary. Meanwhile, many voices have risen high against this inspection, denouncing the state. In fact, this private organization, which is given as its goal the defense and protection of nature, which incorporates many persons of influence, including political representatives of the opposition party.
Here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
Let's see, rare plants, botany, newspapers, encyclopedias. Okay, these plants have certain toxicity in common, more or less variable. Pretty much everything on the list. The first three can be dangerous to humans, particularly Florum de AbelK, but only under very specific conditions. The plant should react to a process of aggression, against which it will issue deadly spores.
Here it is.
Okay, the killers may be those who stole the exotic plants, including the deadly species. From the last exhibition, Divine Syndicate. Okay. The following three plants are proven lethal to humans: Deonia carlina and Florum. The realization of the toxic process is fairly difficult, for it requires particular chemical fertilizer, natural stimulation, and nutrition. The caterpillars should work.
My archive. I can always consult with it if needed.
Okay. Dear Mr. Holmes, I finally found the courage to write you a letter. I can scarcely find the words to express my gratitude for your kindness. In the terrible way, I would leave my life to be ruined. But at the same time, I realized there'd be one person in the world who truly loved me and who I loved in return. His name we both know is Captain Jack Cracker. His love has given me a true reason to live, even if we can't be together in the end. None of this could have happened without you, Mr. Holmes. Sincerely, Mary Brackenstell. Huh, okay. Nice to see she's doing well. And I check out this Divine Syndicate.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
Okay, so I'm guessing the whole thing here is stereotypically Asian.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. A fragment of a flower pot. The Kew Gardens symbol.
Well, that's interesting.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock.
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance, do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcome you are. To introduce myself I shall. I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Okay. So in 1895, Asian man with a tattoo is probably not going to be up and up.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate, glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it Yes.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
No. Not worthy there.
Damn it.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
Yeah, obviously, it's like,
Worthy there.
never fails. When it comes down to seeing a gong, everybody basically becomes straight up demonically possessed because you cannot stop yourself from banging the crap out of that thing.
Do you have...
No. Not worthy there.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search. Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his green fly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Our God King's name is Treewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh la, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation, can you make one of you so good?
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
Dude is so full of shit, his eyes are brown. Yeah, when it comes to the raw plants, I am definitely not going to be sampling any sap. So basically, didn't he say that the deadly plants were not there, so they stole their other ones? So that's definitely taken it somewhere. Yeah, who the fuck is this Pendel? Yep. Before bothering him.
This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
Oh, shit. Okay. God, that was a pain in the ass.
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments. A vast amount of opium. These instruments are used for smoking opium.
So, yeah. Like I said, this place is full of shit. It's basically just a place for a bunch of fucking crackheads to come in and get high as balls.
Chemicals.
And pretend they
A
can only
sufficient quantity for some serious experiments.
get rich aristocrats and government officials to pay for it. By claiming to be a spiritual center.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of. This is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
Okay, so here's the thing. It is canon that Sherlock Holmes would occasionally use cocaine. The reason why is because at the time it was completely legal. And in fact, it was considered a wonder drug. It was only until Dr. Sigmund Freud, where we get Freudian psychology from, found that one day he couldn't stop taking it.
These 3 plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them. A tropical plant, nothing of interest. A tropical plant, nothing of interest. A tropical plant, nothing of interest. A tropical plant, nothing of interest.
Ooh.
A tropical plant, nothing of interest.
Rafflesia arnoldi.
A tropical plant,
If
nothing
not
of
mistaken, I
interest.
think that's actually a type of pitcher plant. And it's notorious for smelling like absolute hell.
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them.
Praise the grand tree, praise it!
This must be Triwan, the Divine Syndicate's god. This cabinet is full of chemicals. They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens.
Okay, let's see here. The Green Grand Mystic is a strange character. He has a Chinese tattoo. There's a particular scar on the palm of his left hand, an injury that occurs if one uses unnecessary force with a chemical pipette. He has practiced chemistry, which requires a Cartesian mindset. Let's make that bitch like a bongo. Okay, now we need to go up against the dog. Ugh, stretch.
This green grand mystic fellow seems rather suspicious, Holmes. What should we do next, Holmes?
I think Watson is trying to Tai Chi.
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens. Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance. Search, Toby. Search.
Oh, and the dog just opens the door.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found. This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes, a tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
And notice, seems to be the same caterpillar from the Syndicate.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis. A colorless, water-based liquid. Quite a strong floral aroma.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens.
Not gonna lie, that was actually really, really dangerous and actually kind of a stupid thing to do.
Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you.
Huh, okay.
Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
So the alkaloid from the chemical lab, the caterpillars performing an experiment with deadly plants.
According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely. According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely.
Do we not have that?
According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely.
Okay. Yeah, that is true. Sometimes someone's just decide to poison themselves free of charge. Okay, so we took the caterpillars from there. Why can I not use the thing to do the thing?
This cabinet is full of chemicals. They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens. This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
That's what I was missing. We had the cucumbers. We had the caterpillars, just not the alkaloid. Okay.
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
Ooh.
It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
Okay, I'm thinking if I swap these two around, this guy won't end up attacking over here. When I do this,
It closed again. I wonder what secrets. It appears to open. This plant. It appears to have fallen inactive. It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more.
My word. It shot a spike at me after I stabbed it with a pin.
I imagined that its reaction would be ferocious if I increased the strength of my attack. My word. It appears to open. No reaction. It appears to have fallen inactive after being disturbed. It closed again.
Okay.
I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more.
Hate doing this, but I have no idea what the hell else I'm supposed to do because I can't seem to get the caterpillar on that without that other one getting pissy. Okay, daily plan experience.
This plant seems to have had no reaction from the caterpillars. I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating.
Okay. Okay, so...
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. This plant seems to have had no reaction from the caterpillars. I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating. Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary.
Okay.
The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. You may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
Okay. The Divine Syndicate left the planets and Kew Gardens in order to murder Montague Dunn at a later date. Someone stole deadly plans before the Divine Syndicate were able to. Okay, let's not make any further confirmed deductions here just yet. After all, we still have some questions to ask.
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious. Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysa, something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes, he came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh my God.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Okay, so this is the jungle area. Okie dokie.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house. I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you, by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
Thank you, miss.
She's not wrong. It's full of potheads. Oh, hello. Well, this is lovely. Oh, I think I like that. Right, slight issue.
Here it is.
Well, that was convenient.
These plants, classified as shrubs or grasses, have adapted to their arid environment due to a system of underground roots.
This recording seems very long. It is unnecessary to listen to all of it. Miss White was in the laboratory, as she told us. What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh yes, he forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And he, why, he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father, so it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
It is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently. Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
Okay, so Albert definitely had motive. And Hamish has motive too. I believe that Dunn, he and his father's lives have been ruined by Dunn. We've taken all the credit for their work. Hamish wishes to take over the directorship of the gardens, but it wouldn't be possible with Dunn alive. Let's face it. When it comes to plants, Albert's kind of an idiot. And then at the time, the lines are adding up. Either people just weren't paying attention at the time, or somebody's not telling the truth. Obviously, we know that Albert probably didn't know about lethal spores. But Miss White would have the knowledge. Okay.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiments on the ventilation system. The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
I imagine we start this fucker up, and also we hear Watson scream as a bunch of bugs fall into his hair.
The power is on. The engine cannot be started whilst the transmission is active. The power is on. The engine has started. The ventilation system is working.
Now we need to see if we can activate the fans from Mr. Hamish's and Albert's space.
Okay, so... figured out that Hamish's place of typical office. Ah, freaking nightmare trying to get around in here.
Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one. We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Okay, so vent system we're looking for. I completely forgot where Albert's area was supposed to be.
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room. Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
Okay, Hamish was the only guy that actually had view to know. The knowledge she acquired at the university might not be enough to graduate, to actually guarantee the progression of the deadly plants. So Hamish is the only one that actually had the opportunity that would have known. They did steal the deadly plants because we got the deadly plants from the Syndicate. here's the thing. Partial theft doesn't actually... Hamish could be the killer. He had the opportunity to steal the device that gets plants and stimulate them from his workplace directly after locking Dunn inside the collection room. And he would have had the key to lock him in. Before we hammer down anything real
Let's
quick.
go to Scotland Yard.
Okay, none of the employees could explain why the colonial was partially emptied and cleaned. It was emptied and cleaned because the guilty plants were there. Okay, let's see here. Key guard and symbol found on the flower pots at the syndicate's headquarters. Okay, information of that plan. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so yeah, they were unable to find their 3 plants, so they stole everything else. So yeah, they're not involved because the plants were borrowed, not returned. All they did was come in and steal, eye for an eye style, the other stuff. The 3 guilty plants they couldn't find. Albert wouldn't have known, or he definitely had, the motive, but he would not have the expertise, and Miss White wouldn't have had the expertise either, just due to lack of experience. Hamish has the most motive and the most compelling one. So I think it's pretty spot on that he was the guy.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you.
he's got that book. It's got that big ass picture, all that other shit in there. It's like someone startles him, all of a sudden just like a hentai falls out of that thing.
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
A task list for Albert, compiled by Martin Hamish. Sweep out the palm house, scrub the toilets, clean the storage shed tools.
Oh!
Holmes, my God! Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed.
Did someone say hentai?
Mr. Hamish realized.
Yep, look a minute. Yep.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
Okay, well, that escalated quickly.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
Life has become a living hell. I find it unbearable. Dunn deserved to die, but I cannot forgive myself for having his blood upon my hands. The Hamishes seem to have always fallen victim to our circumstance, and I find myself to be no exception. I must atone, and I shall do so here and now. Farewell. Fuck.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
Martin Hamish was unable to run due to the tibial torsion of his club foot. Therefore, we should find out if he had sufficient time to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room and activate the ventilation system. Did he have an accomplice? Ooh.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Let us analyze the facts and statements so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
Okay, Martin Hamish and Dunn meet Albert at the Seat House about 9:30. Okay, so she's in the lab doing her thing. Hamish and Albert are here. Around 20 minutes was 10 when Hamish and Montague Dunn went out to the backyard. After 10 minutes, Dunn recommenced his inspection and entered the dry tropics. Hamish returned to the seed house. Okay. Okay, wait. Okay, so Hamish and Dunn meet over at the seed house. About 20 minutes they... Okay, Hamish and Montague. Okay. Dunn commences his inspection of the dry tropics. Hamish returns to the seed house. Montague and Hamish go... Okay, they go to the backyard. Okay, so 20 minutes to 10, Hamish and Montague are in the backyard. After 10 minutes, so that would be 9... Yeah, 20 to 10. So that's 9:40. Okay, wait. He goes to the house there. Okay, hang on, so what is this? Okay, done in the dry tropics room. So that one goes there. Okay, something's kind of kooky here. That makes sense there. Okay, so 10 o'clock. Hamish talks to White. Okay, she leaves the lab at 10:40. Sees Hamish and Albert in the greenhouses and joins them. At 10:40. 10:30, he goes down. Okay, so Albert was in the seat house the entire morning. Hamish returns after talking to White. Okay, something's not working here. Okay, why is it stopping at 9:40? Okay, getting closer. Okay, so each one needs to have, I think, one. Okay. So Hamish returns to the seed house. Hamish and White have a conversation at 10 o'clock. Okay, so... Okay, something's wrong here. Okay, what is the deal here?
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
Okay. So here's the thing. We know that White was busy making a recording until everything went down. These two had an opportunity, specifically, to collaborate. Yeah, I don't think White's involved. There's a certain letter that she was not aware of. And we know that she was busy making a recording. That stands up because he has a very long-winded recording. I don't think she's involved. Like I said, her alibi stands up. She was making a recording, rather long-winded, going on and on in detail on the recording wax. Albert, that's another thing. She really didn't have a motive. Albert definitely did. You know, it's kind of one of those things. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Albert was the one that locked the door. That said, I say his reason was pretty damn good. Honestly, I think the way this goes, I think we're going to have to throw the book at him. Okay, so let's take a breather. Okay. Let's go back to our Dark Brotherhood training, alright? Back in Oblivion, we get the scales of pitiless justice, okay? Let's go ahead and weigh these consequences. We throw the pity out the window, and boom. The scale has swung.
What happened, Inspector?
It's all over now, lad. There is no use denying it. We know that you murdered your father. Patricide by plant poisoning. Very alliterative.
What? You're mad. I didn't do it. I don't know anything about botany. No!
Okie doke. Then killed his own father in collaboration with Hamish, signing years of humiliation and deep frustration at his father's dissuading him from joining the Navy. He was the one who locked the door of the Colonial Collection Room directly after Hamish released the Cavaliers. He did not hesitate to sacrifice Hamish to try to cover himself. You've concluded that Albert is a cold-blooded murderer and needs to be behind bars. We're rolling with it. So, what exactly is the canon ending of that? See, I think this is going to be the last case. The canon ending is White and the Sun did it? That does not make sense. No, bullshit. You had the evidence. She was making a recording the entire time.
Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson,
We have. Where to?
to the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet.
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Ah,
What?
sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
Ah, I can hear them on the stairs now.
Oh, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes is my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
And forget about the dinner? Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right? It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
Okie dokie. Yeah, I'm still just kind of flabbergasted at the whole White in the Sun. Just no, that's not what the evidence said. Yeah, that's kind of the thing about it, you know. I don't really think there's a right or wrong ending. It's just everybody goes by wherever their deductions lead them, and I think everybody's going to come out a little different. But when the canon is just absolutely fucking goo goo like that, like what the fuck? It's like, considering how well written these are, when you have something like that, it's like somebody clearly was throwing some hand wavium at that.
Locked. Locked.
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Good evening, Constable...
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Abeline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88. But then this is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements, which speak for themselves.
Of course, Mara. But you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving. Who were the victims?
The two men here, both shot. The stag fellow was Brian Vacotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
You spoke of statements. You have witnesses?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there were two other witnesses who said they saw the killer Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat over there. And Polly Powell, a flower seller, who was over at the far side of the street.
So, Constable Marrow, I should be delighted to hear your testimony.
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street. That was the side that you came from.
But you would have been...
Oh yeah, the
able
word
to
cannon
observe this
elephant
part
thing.
of
That
the
was just.
street, where we are standing now.
And we had to play the rest of that game with a fucking elephant
But
blowing
I
in the
saw
yard.
the two victims slowly enter Half Moon Street, and then shortly after, the fireworks started. A few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman rushed towards me and ran into Half Moon Street.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries and police whistles on the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the two dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Leighton Chapman. He'd been caught by two police constables.
Did you hear the shots?
I didn't hear any shots. The fireworks were all over the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
What were the fireworks in honour of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria's birthday, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, yes, I appear to have lost track of the days. It is May now, of course. Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were running through Half Moon Street?
I saw nothing but rats, and I took the time to light every corner with my lamp.
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me.
Headshot.
The bullet struck his head. This man didn't stand a chance. A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look.
Tip of a cane or a walking stick.
This shard of wood is quite new. This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens. He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Death was not instant.
That'd hurt.
The bullet penetrated his stomach, a dreadful wound. A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vacotti must have done some time there. Brian Vacotti suffered greatly. What a terrible way to die. Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes. Are you that detective gentleman? I've heard of you. And well, I know things about this evening.
Excellent. Might we hear your story? Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard 2 gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and I rushed towards the window. I looked down and I saw 2 bodies. And there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
War veteran.
Mr. Turner, did you see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man, the murderer, the fellow they caught.
Were the 2 shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow. It seemed to me that the second shot was louder than the first.
That is an interesting comment. Mr. Turner, what were your actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return, so I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming in the half moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
Okay, so he said that they sounded like they were different. One was louder. And it means 2 different guns. Conflicting statements. He said he remained. Turner said that he had stayed at the window until the police arrived. However, that's in conflict with Marrow's statement, as the constable didn't see anyone in the window.
Mr. Turner, you have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime, is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts coming from Whitechapel. We could have missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment, to tell you the truth, sir.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you had from your window?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
Mr. Turner appears to live very modestly.
Okay, so his bed's over here.
Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots.
curious.
A perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims.
This guy is getting fishier and fishier by the moment.
The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a hurry here, a short while ago. This kitchen knife is quite sharp. There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table. This kitchen knife was used to cut the paper. So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window. Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse. The dead body of Kenneth Butler. Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene. He saw the bodies clearly, and Leighton Chapman standing over them.
Okay, here's hoping he's not going to go anywhere. Kind of doubtful, but it's very interesting. Technically, we can say that he did see the bodies because you can see the bodies from here, but we know he was down here because the tip of his cane broke off in the cobblestone. You also know there were two different reports, so there was not one gunman, there was two.
Mrs. Powell?
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my testimony, but very well.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
Yes. I was selling my flowers as usual, and then the fireworks began, in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those. But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood. It was dark, but I could see him, because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
Mrs. Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure. You know, what with the fireworks?
Did you see anyone else leaving Half Moon Street prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
Okay, let's see what Wiggins has to say.
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
Alright, next stop, Scotland Yard. We need to talk to the accused. Or the cops probably gave him a once-over.
Holmes? Whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade.
Okay, so.
These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco. Nothing interesting. A cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt. So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon. It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder.
Whoa. Okay, this hammer is ridiculously huge. Oh, this is not modeled right at all. Okay, so on an actual Webley revolver, there is a lever that goes up the side and latches onto the top, and that does not seem to be present here. Not to mention, this hammer is like as thick as your entire hand for some reason. Also, this takes place about 1895. This wouldn't have been a thing until, I want to say, 1907, I think? Let's see here. I actually did look this up on a previous game. Yeah, Webley revolver. Okay. In service, 1887, so this is not technically entirely wrong. The render is fucked up, ate the fuck up, but time-wise...
Two out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots.
During the kick of the contest, is made. You could hear the contrast between 2 fired shots, as if they were made from 2 different points. Or, Turner could hear the contrast between 2 shots, as in fact 3 shots were made. At first a single shot was fired, and then 2 guns fired simultaneously directly afterwards. That makes more sense.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
He says that so sinister.
Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to say. It's all a mistake.
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother? You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
up on the streets, but... Huh, okay, office clerk, so he has a job.
Good. Tell me your account of what happened.
I left my work and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw two men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. The second one was already dead. He had a hole in his head. He was holding a gun in his hand though. I took it, and then I followed the third man.
Interesting. Pray, continue.
I turned a corner, and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen seconds. But I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught by the police. But there wasn't a trace of that man. Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man. Layton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark, and he was too far away. I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket. He was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No. But perhaps it's strange, but I can't remember the sound of his footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
Layton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man and set off in pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested, and he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
Oh, God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Okay, so, spell it.
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen £1 of meat. After we were released and when I saw what my little brother had become, I decided to work towards living an honest life.
And Vercotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in the Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison. He had no family anymore. Our paths split. He fell back into crime.
So you lost him?
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
We shall see you soon, young man.
Okay. Well, the crime committee could have a personal motive. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, hang on a second here. I was kind of like half paying attention because that story just went on and on and on, and it's like I don't particularly care about this guy's fucking hard luck in life. Okay, so okay. Witness of a double murder carried out by one person. Why is it saying imaginary man? Okay, something about this is not making a whole lot of sense.
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours. It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
Okay, so if these two shot each other...
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
Okay, so if they both shot at the same time, he gets hit in the gut. He gets hit in the head.
I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp.
Okay, something to lift the lamp. Shovel? Stick on a shovel? Ah, we have a pole.
This should be useful. This is most definitely a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street.
Okay. Both died in the crossbar, each one of the guns is missing. Okay, let's see. Okay, Chapman's statement regarding the jacket may have disappeared now seems reasonable. He has 3 shots at the crime scene for the presence of a second gun that is now missing. Witness testimonies of the crime weapon point to Leighton, unfortunately. Okay, we are missing something. Ryan Turner, 60 years old, veteran of the Korean War. Leg injury most likely from the war. Missing someone.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he alright?
Okay, so...
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
I think maybe we need to talk to the kid again. Yeah, we don't know what that key goes to yet. Yeah, you got Warfed just chopping up paper with his knife in his kitchen. Plus, we know he was down there.
Tell Wiggins. That'll be fine.
Okay, we can't say anything more to him. Yeah, random drunk. Serious Apple pocket watch. The gun that he found. We are missing a weapon. We need to figure out what happened to that gun. So we're missing a weapon. We're missing a shooter. We have a key that goes to something.
Locked. 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 Locked.
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
I ain't a thief.
Oh no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood.
Okay, so the constable comes through this way.
No, this is not how I walked at the time of the crime. I was more attentive. Let's start over again. I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
Up the walls. We can assume that there was more than one person in Half Moon Street at the time. No way forward or back, only up.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago.
Burnt paper.
The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here. These words are illegible. The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago.
That's odd. Okay, so something's not making sense here. Okay, so old guy gets up from bed. We found that he threw burnt papers that had been cut up into the fire. So it's entirely possible he would have had his cane with him at his bedside. He came up here, grabbed something. question is, did he ever actually open the window? Did he open the window before or after? Yeah, this one has him walking down without the cane. We know that's wrong. Because we know for a fact that he was down there. So he gets up, goes down. We know he's down there and he broke the tip of his cane in the cobblestone. Entirely possible he took something off of the body. So that would explain how that happened. That's just it. We're still kind of piecing this together. He came obviously back upstairs, put his cane away because it's right there on the fucking thing. There's a couple things we're not getting here. I mean, they could just be disheveled just because he's just, you know, bad housekeeper. I mean, he's got like piles of junk lying all over the place. He hobbles over to the kitchen table, or uses a knife to cut up paper, then throw it into the fire.
No, it didn't happen this way.
Okay. So, game just point blank tells us that's wrong. Okay, got up from bed. Took something. Opened the window. Approached the body. Cuts papers. Burns. Gonna speed this up.
No, it didn't happen this way.
Okay. It's kind of one of those things. Maybe he, you know, the guy that was shot in the head was a jeweler guy, right? So he had a key, likely key to his store, key to his house, something like that. So he took the stick. Opened the window. Went down, broke the stick. Placed it back up there. Got the paper. Burned it. The fact that they have a couple of different situations that could have happened. We may have to just go ahead and cheat on this.
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find? I can see prints from greasy fingers upon the cover of this book. Let us take a closer look.
Moby Dick.
Well now, what a find! A precious jewel, concealed inside a book.
Well, that's a new wrinkle.
A bracelet with a unique ram's head design. A distinctive feature of ancient Grecian artifacts, probably of the Hellenistic era.
Well then, Mr. Turner. You have some explaining to do.
Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Time can pull tricks on you.
And what of everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have your complete and true statement.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Mr. Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not then, and not now.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground, this precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away. That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the cobbles. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window, as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet, that's all, I swear.
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal. I believe that. Although I must return this bracelet to its rightful owner.
Criminal? No, scavenger. Seems to be the case.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
Okay, so now we need to figure out what's going on with this thing. Okay, so we are looking for. It's here. Art and Architecture, Institute of British Architects. Oh, first try. These beautiful antique jewels represent part of the Hellenistic treasures collection. Depicted are the 5 heads of mountain rams upon a bracelet, necklace, and ring, each made of pure gold. The 5 rams of Mytilene have been missing from the museum since 1885.
Here it is.
And since the guy was a jewel guy...
I need to continue my research in my archives.
No, balls. Mr. Holmes, no matter how famous a detective you may be, I must warn you, you've made a mistake in arresting my only and beloved son, Albert. And for what? For the murder of my husband? Everyone knows that he died of a heart attack. What is this fairy tale you invented of a poisonous plant, or are you insane? You have no idea of my influence. I will crush you, Miss Barbara Dunn. I'm shaking in my boots, sweetheart. Okay, wait a minute. Missing since 1885. Hellenistic treasure stolen. The Hellenistic treasure was stolen yesterday evening while being transported by cab on their way from the British Museum to the Gosford Fine Art Exhibition. Pawn shop owner Kenneth Butler contacted Scotland Yard that night and provided information regarding a gentleman who had attempted to sell him a collection of historical art at his pawn shop in Church Street. The police have since captured the described man, a professional thief by the name of Vincent Foley, who had been in the process of escaping London via the port. He was recognized by the surviving driver of the cab that had transported the collection of Hellenistic treasures. Vincent Foley refused to confess as to where the remainder of the treasures were hidden. He was eventually imprisoned. The lost treasures are still to be found.
Here it is. One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more.
Okay, so pretty sure that's what our key goes to. Butler's pawn shop.
Mr. Butler's key matches the lock perfectly.
Nailed it.
These tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall.
Okay, why are we climbing a wall? That's right, because the killer had to go up.
This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fireworks.
That's right, because the kid said that he got blinded by something. Well, howdy do.
The ram's heads. This necklace belongs to the 5 Rams of Mytilene collection. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft.
Yeah, it is a little convenient that everything that we need for this just happens to be right here.
Butler kept a careful record of his operations. It looks as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations.
Okay. Instead of hello, it's hello. Okay, was this like a fucking furry from Reddit wrote this? Hello. I remember you once told me about 3 pieces of golden jewelry with ram heads from ancient Greece. You still got them, right? Well, good news for you. I found a man loaded with money who's crazy about those jewels. He's ready to fork over a small fortune. I can arrange a meeting with this money bag for you. But I want you to come in on the deal. Random yawn. Breath control. I'll be waiting for you at the crossing of Great Alley and Half Moon Street on Sunday evening before the fireworks. Brian Riccati. Okay, so it seems that this is definitely a burglary motive. And it is just wanting to fucking nail this kid. The hell was that? Yeah, that's kind of the weird thing about it. It's like, he keeps trying to finger this Chapman kid, but for what it's worth, I believe his story. Ah, for God's sake.
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not like you.
Oi, watch your tongue.
Alright. My dude, seriously. Leave the kid alone, okay? Alright, so... where exactly do we get uppies from? Okay. Equipment for mountain climbing.
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin then. Catch me if you can. This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there? Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen, I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
With great
I'm
effort.
using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
Just let's go. Flump! Completely just body flops.
These shards of glass are from the window above. It's empty. Someone broke through the window to get inside the attic, but in his haste he ripped his jacket. A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope. We can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
Huh. Okay, so pretty obvious there is no imaginary man. Somebody did come through here. Yes, indeed. Holmes completely just body flops completely off there. Instead of just kerflomp straight on the ground, falls romantically into Watson's arms.
Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human. I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Well, I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair. The horsehair is thinner than the hair that we found. Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample. So, this black hair belongs to an animal, and it is larger than a horse. A hair from a large and exotic animal.
Huh. Odd. Circus acrobat. Okay, the person that was seen only by light and Chapman escaped by climbing the wall as being a skillful acrobat and took the gun from one of the dead bodies.
Wiggins is currently at Half Moon Street.
Okay, that's what I thought. Ah, for God's sake.
Look here, lad. You'd better go home and start thinking about what a fine pickle your brother's landed himself in.
Ha! But he'll be free tonight, 'cause he's innocent.
Don't be daft, lad. It's a closed case.
On the contrary, this is far from closed.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least one exotic animal. A very large one.
You can count
Elephant
on me, Mr.
hair.
Holmes.
That thick-ass hair could possibly have come from the tail of an elephant. And circuses love elephants.
I do hope that these children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
What'd I say? Elephant.
And this is a young Indian elephant, the highlight of the show. Duval Brothers, a well-known travelling circus that is currently stopped in London. I believe that is exactly the type of circus we are looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
Okay, Duval Brothers Circus. I'm glad this case keeps getting weirder and weirder.
Aye, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah, you don't look like the type of artistic lockpicker that we're looking for.
You might be surprised.
What? Nah, I don't think so. Clear off. You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? Get lost.
Okay, so... we need a disguise. Okay, first things first, makeup table. Wait. Wardrobe. Casual suit, black suit, brown suit, green suit, gray suit, light suit, bandit outfit, farmer outfit. Uh-oh, morning gown, sailor outfit, unbuttoned suit, casual suit, black suit. What the fuck? Okay, hang on. Was I supposed to confirm something while I was still there?
I highly doubt that a lockpicker would wear an outfit like this.
Ah, okay. So, artistic lockpicker. Wait, artistic lockpicker.
Spectacles are unpopular among thugs. I don't want to arouse suspicion.
Yeah, put that my way. Wrong button.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
Thank you, Watson. That means I am ready to go.
Look, Watson, you're a doctor. You're not this fucking dumb. I gotta admit, they probably treated him a little bit better in The Awakened.
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley. And I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
Okay, Charles Foley, that's a name we know. I'm thinking he might be our thief. God, this reminds me of a quest in Red Dead Redemption 2. It's the one where you find the fake animal handler. It's like his mighty lion is just like a dog with a fur stole around his neck. His graceful zebra is just like a donkey that's been painted. Because he somehow has an actual fucking tiger. Okay, so I was gonna hide an elephant in here. Live fruit and veg.
So, everything's here just as you asked. And what about the money? Some of the barrels are wet. Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped. Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies. I want to be paid first. No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer, as I said. Right? I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout. Of course not. I'm a professional. Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight then.
Oh, somebody's plotting a heist.
This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside. This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside. There is a spot on this barrel that was intentionally painted out. The crest of the Honorable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder?
Uh-oh.
I need to be sure.
That's why he's so concerned about the barrels being wet.
The barrels are roughly clustered. It seems as though they were brought here in a hurry. Judging by the fractions and the scent, I can confirm that it is, in fact, gunpowder.
Okay, so this went from heist to fucking terrorist attack. Rise up and keep rising from lambs into lions.
From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement and defiance. That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting. This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people. This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per day. There are enough posters to paste across half of London's walls. Powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently. And these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The Merry Men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Stop right here. Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on the table over there. Open that.
Just stare into his soul like Ghost Rider. There's our missing piece. Charflow wears an antique ring, my last missing piece of the 5 rounds of mitoline, Jules said. Also a revolver retained under his belt. Proves he's our mysterious jacketed man who nimbly escaped the crime scene at Half Moon. Ah.
Ah, well, they're right. What's your name?
Nigel Shirley, from York.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
God damn it.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for my craft.
Well, he died 7 days ago in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker. I know just where to search for his legacy.
It's all about the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Osh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on the corner of Ladbroke Grove and Kensington Park Road at midnight.
Deal.
Okay, so this dude's doing a heist. Meanwhile, we're trying to do whatever we can to stop the communist uprising.
Somewhere inside it are the Hellenistic treasures. This lock is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge.
Yeah, you say that, and it's like all kinds of gobbledygook. Okay, hold up. Aha! There we go.
I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it.
There's all kinds of shit in here.
This cupboard is an absolute mess. Several books have fallen from the shelves. It seems as though this cupboard can be moved. I'll give it a try.
Aha!
So, that's the lock I must open tonight. Let me see.
Oh, shit. That was actually quite a bit simpler than I thought. Ah.
What a surprise. Another lock. And I won't be able to pick it. I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent fit. I suppose they hired me to only open the first lock. Let us wait for the thieves, trap them, and find out. Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes in the event that they are caught off guard by the police from the front door. What a surprise. Another.
Okay.
I recall.
Okay, so we can no longer affect that.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. This should be useful. A solid rope. The door is now blocked. This should be useful. The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police. I wonder what this old chandelier is doing on the floor. It looks as though it was poorly attached.
Okay.
I suppose that the thieves already tried to open the lock with this formidable hammer, but they were unsuccessful.
Yeah, so far I think the only other clues of the circus was just the key around the dude's neck.
If anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall. If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down.
Okay. What we gotta do now... let's figure out a way to fuck this over. Ah!
This works very well.
Boom.
No one will escape through this window now.
Okay. Still have to close off this way, though.
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape. This should be useful.
I'm gonna use the beads as a tripwire.
On these beads, and our thief will go flying. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
Okay, so we don't have to worry about them running up there. At least I don't think.
Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly.
But now we still have to figure out how to plug this guy up. Ah.
There is no ladder. If anyone falls here, he will need assistance to get out.
Yeah, this is seriously turning into some Home Alone bullshit, for sure. Okay, so we need to stop him from jumping over it.
This hatch leads to a cellar. The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind it.
Okay, let's see. Careful step, bitch. Okay, so how exactly do we stop some fucker from just jumping over the gap?
This
Ah.
should be useful.
So we booby trap it so it looks like it's just solid floor. He doesn't think to jump over it, he just shlunk.
Now, it's not an open hatch, just a nice carpet on the floor. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined. Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar. The traps for my circus companions are all prepared. I can leave now, but I'll return later with Charles Foley and his companions.
It's like at this point I'm kind of half expecting to hear the Looney Tunes theme play every time somebody ends up hitting one of these damn things.
Police! Police!
Stop where you are.
Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
How so?
Well, you sounded just like a real Bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How do you know about that?
And Mycroft shows up.
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers!
Oh, there's a couple of old biddies in here. I really need to have like a sound effect for the Looney Tunes theme.
The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon, dear brother.
Okie doke. Organized the theft of Hellenic treasures, which related to the double murder at Half Moon Street. Chapman was the witness of the crime. And being imprisoned for organizing grand theft, since he's not directly guilty of murder, his sentence will be shortened. Organized and executed a wicked plan of revenge with added theft of ancient and valuable treasures. You know what? Fuck this guy.
Charles Foley, you committed the crime of premeditated murder and of theft. You will be severely punished for your deeds.
You are pitiful. You Scotland Yard dog.
Save your words for the gallows. I'm sure the journalists will love them. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs. Honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street. And all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians, they own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange. No life shall be lost. But ownerships, debts, and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're only papers, after all. So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people? Sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
No.
When people fight the order, they are too blind to see the consequences that throw society into chaos. I shall stop your actions, but not you. Run. Now!
Bing bang, bing bang, bing bang, boom boom boom. Yep. If I'm around, something somewhere is going to explode.
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite, lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men.
And the Empire needs order and discipline. It has no room for chaos.
People who commit crimes, or at the very least intend them, deserve punishment, Sherlock. Without justice, there can be no civilization.
But we serve the truth, not justice.
Your truth, Doctor, that may prove immoral. Allowing people to terrorize London, destabilizing the whole empire.
Terrorize only the powers whom you serve, Mycroft. Not I, not Watson, not Mrs. Hudson, not Wiggins.
Sherlock, the merry men are to be stopped.
Not by me. You created the merry men. Stop them yourself. Only make sure that you don't create 10 more merry men by arresting the one.
Good night, Dr. Watson.
Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady?
Uh-oh. Charles slowly organized and executed a wicked plan of revenge for his elder brother. It took 2 human lives and almost resulted in life imprisonment for an innocent man. In fact, his band was hired by the merry men who planned a revolution in London. In addition, he organized the theft of ancient and valuable treasures that rightfully belonged to the British Museum. He deserves the rope. Yep, we're going to roll with that then. And we finished? We have finished. Alright, we got the credits. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is okay music, so I'm just gonna go ahead and talk. We're gonna do like I usually do. We're just gonna sit through and check out the actual credit scene here. I do find it a little odd that it doesn't actually have what any of these people's positions are. But if I'm not mistaken, I believe these games are crowdfunded. Okay, here we go. Use this Unreal Engine. Okay. Huh. That's it. I was kind of hoping we'd see who the voice talents were. Oh, what do we have here? Okay, got the harpoon, deadly plant, silver fork, Merry Men poster, silver knife, and train whistle. Okay, so basically it's just Sherlock Holmes sitting here in front of the fire, smoking and thinking. Okay, and that is Sherlock Holmes' Crimes and Punishment. Okay, so get out of that. Alright. Okay. That was so weird at the start of the stream. We had one of those weird scenarios where disconnect, got laggy as balls, and then decided to reconnect, and I don't know what the fuck. I hate when Comcast does that shit. Okay. So that was Sherlock Holmes' Crimes and Punishment. I got like the whole thing that was on sale when it was on sale, so we have one more, and that is The Devil's Daughter. I think that that is probably what it was alluding to at the end, bit of dialogue there. So it'll be interesting to see how The Devil's Daughter ends up turning out. Hopefully they'll end up making some gameplay improvements. They should have, because this was technically the first. Should have been this one, followed by The Devil's Daughter, followed by Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, and then The Awakened. So yeah, the last one of that is The Devil's Daughter. We kind of went out of order. And yeah, that was kind of unintentional. I originally only got The Awakened because of the Lovecraftian crossover. But yeah. If we exclude The Awakened, because that's kind of technically a side story, we can basically say that the overall timeline would be Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1, obviously, but then Crimes and Punishment, and then Devil's Daughter. As far as the release goes, Chapter 1 is the prequel, so that comes out after the first two. And also why it is so different from the other two, the fact that it uses their Sinking City engine, whatever the hell that was, as well as basically being just a big-ass mod package for the Sinking City. So, anywho. Throat, cooperate, please. I am getting up, wrapping up and getting out of here. I'm getting out of here because it is well past my 4-hour limit, so we are done. I'm going to be back tomorrow. I'm going to see if I can get Arknight's Enfield up and running. Kind of play around a little bit to see if I actually want to stream that. But tomorrow is definitely, obviously, going to be something different. We will probably get to Devil's Daughter sometime next week. But that said, yep, we're done. For watching, thanks for watching. Hope everybody was entertained. For watching the corner of this, you're still here again. Thanks for watching. Hope everybody was entertained. Beyond that, hope everyone has a wonderful morning, new night, where it is where you are. I will see you all again next time. I have got to go. Nightbot, wake up. Play the song.